Evening, we're back underneath the lights here in Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu. It's the end of day 4 and the 8th game of the 2026 Baseball Champions League. Hello, everybody. Trevor Curl in the broadcast booth alongside with Colin Rudisil. And Colin, we've got ourselves a great one tonight. CTBC brothers are coming into this one. They could play spoilers to a Diablos Rojos de Mexico who's trying to get their bearings after a big win yesterday evening. Here they come in tonight, and here we go again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely one that they're going to have against this Brothers team, and it's the last time we're going to see this Brothers team in this tournament. It's game number 4. There's no way they can make it to the championship game, but you said it. They can still play the spoil. Diablos, if they get this win, we're going to have a big Saturday tomorrow, and all those games are going to matter.
Yeah, no kidding about that. And here's the standings right now in the 2026 Baseball Champions League. King County Cougars with their win earlier today, the only team at 3-0. We have the Dantos de Managua currently sitting at 2-1. The Mexican Red Devils, look at those guys at 1-1. This game really matters to them. The Crocodiles, after dropping earlier today, looks like their season could be in the balance alongside with the Brothers who, yes, they're out of it, but again, they could play spoiler here on their final game of the 2026 BCL.
Yeah, and so far this Diablos team, we haven't really seen their full potential. It seems like they've kind of been just kind of stalking through this game without fully taking one over. This feels like a definite opportunity where they can make a statement going into Saturday. And if they can get a big win, plus the Cougars helping them out, taking down Dantos, all of a sudden.
Now, they just haven't been at their full strength, as you mentioned. And again, this is one of the most powerful offenses that is not just in the LMB, but also in the world. So to see them having their struggles that they're having right now, especially on the pitching and defensive side, it really kind of makes you wonder, is this the team that can repeat as BCL champions, or are they going to have a short exit in their home ballpark?
Yeah, and I think tonight will be a big key for that. It's going to take a lot of the veteran presence. Carlos Sepulveda, John Singleton, Michael Franco, Marmoleos, all these guys to have a big statement and start to get themselves into the tournament, and then that way they can have a strong finish on Saturday.
Meng Yang Lu gets the ball for the Brothers, the most experienced pitcher on this roster, and then on the other side is Ricardo Pinto, who has some time in the major league, splitting a couple of seasons in the past. He's also pitched in the LMB over the last few seasons, so if there is any sort of potential for this Mexican ball club to get going, it's tonight. It's the Diablos taking on the Brothers, and it starts right now on AA Baseball TV. A pretty good crowd here inside of Estadio Alfredo Harp, Helu. We go to the bottom half of the first inning. The Diablos were held in check 1-2-3 in the top half of the frame, so we go to the bottom of the inning. Shirlong Chang will lead things off against Ricardo Pinto. And Ricardo Pinto, what is there to say about him that you can't find on your baseball reference page? 33 career games in Major League Baseball, 1-2 record across 2017, 2019, and 2024. The starting lineup for the brothers looks like this: Shirlong Chang, Chun Lin Huang, Xiao Hu Su, Shang Yu Li, Wei Ta Su, Meng Chu Hu, Shang He Yang, Kui Wan Liu, and Shang Jie Sai rounds off the order. The 0-1. Flipped foul, and it's 0-2. And the fans that are down that third base side with the Thunder Six, yeah, they're loud and they're into it early on. Cheering on the young kids that are coming up to play against some of the top talent across the Mexican League. Chopper back up the middle. Sopavita charges behind the bag, fires the first, bang, bang play, safe. We'll hold up everything, though. Lorenzo Bundy's going to wait and see if he wants a challenge. Shirlong Chang hustling down the first base side. And as it stands right now, it's a leadoff infield single for the brothers.
How about the quick hands of Sepulveda? I mean, this thing was hit right back up the middle, and he got it out immediately. It was a great pick over at first by Ruiz. The question is, was it in time?
And we will see a challenge. The headsets will go on. Edwin Hernandez and Julio Molina will grab the headsets beyond the home plate side. And replay that we saw, it was awfully close. We'll see another one shortly. But already one batter into the bottom of the first inning, and the brothers are already threatening with the Diablos' challenge cards, and here we go.
It's a tough throw, too. Made better by that pick by Ruiz. Man.
That's going to be tough to tell on that angle. The original call in the field, remember, was safe. There has to be clear and undisputable evidence to overturn this. Let's take a look here down the right field line.
Definitely the best look we've seen so far, where the baseball comes in the glove. It
looks like the throw may have beat him by less than half a step. We're really slowing this one down frame by frame, too.
Very close.
Maybe it's there, but it depends. Is that foot down by then?
It is extremely close. I mean, and it comes down to just when does the foot go down, when does the ball get into the back of the web. They're going to take their time on this one to make sure they get it right.
Well, here we go. Here is the closest view we're going to get. This might be our best angle.
So it's looking like maybe the ball gets into the back of that glove just before Chang gets the foot down, Trevor.
Well, they're taking their time looking at this, and for the right reasons. This is probably the closest challenge we have had all tournament so far. And again, it's amazing because we're just 3 pitches into the bottom of the first inning, and we're already looking at probably the tightest challenge we're going to see the whole tournament.
Well, it's good to see these umpires doing their due diligence to make sure they can get this one right. I mean, it could be big for momentum to get a leadoff guy aboard for the brothers.
Yeah, no kidding.
Especially with their speed. We've seen that from Shirlong Chang in this tournament.
Well, one thing about the brothers is that they've scored in every single first inning that they played in. And again, that leads to so much momentum, especially when you held the Diablos 1-2-3 in the top half of the first inning. Ricardo Pinto is getting his warm-up tosses in because of this lengthy hold up and play. And I think they are looking at every single angle.
The tricky part, too, is that they called him safe on the play. So you have to have indisputable evidence to change it. Clear and obvious. And it's, I don't know, it's hard to fully get that. Because is the heel down there? It's hard to tell. When does the toe come down? Obviously, it seems before the ball's in the back of the web or after.
Oh, there's just one more camera angle, especially down that first base side. That could give us a different view. And maybe the umpires are looking at all the different camera angles because, sometimes they do have camera angles that they will not show us or they just can't show us. Headsets are coming off, and let's take a look here down the field. And they overturn it. There was enough evidence to call out Chang. So as bang as it gets, Ching Ming Ping is going to ask for just a clarification on what he saw, as long as the translator goes out as well, just to talk things over. But yeah, when you have a challenge that has that long of a delay, it's all for the reason that we were just talking about. They were looking for as much evidence as possible to overturn, and in the minds of the umpiring crew, there was enough to overturn it.
Well, they had some great angles, and I mean, credit to this Diablo staff with the cameras because they have just done an incredible job here. And that was just a great play by Carlos Sepulveda because Chang is so fast. And just to be able to get the transfer and get the throw off and give Ruiz a chance to stretch out and make a great play.
That brings Chunlin Huang up to the plate with now nobody on. First pitch takes outside. Now back to Ricardo Pinto. So 42 2/3 innings pitched in the show. Here in the LMB, however, he has had a lot more success. An ERA just under 5. As a foul ball, third base side. And talking to some of the pitching staff on the Diablos Rojos a little bit earlier on in the tournament, if you have an ERA that is sub 4.5, that is considered good to elite, especially obviously what we're seeing in this ballpark. And then imagine what the LMB circuit is like with that talent. Another foul back. 131 2/3 innings of work, 94 strikeouts. A 7-6 record over the course of the 2023 and 2025 season. 31 games, 27 of which were starts. We try again the 1-2. It bounces in the dirt. For the brothers, they're going into the belly of the beast, and so far they have shown their strengths with the twigs. 1-2 is slashed foul down the third base side. Rinse and repeat. The pitching has been so-so. We have seen brilliance of moments, but then we've also seen the struggles of a young and inexperienced pitching staff that hopefully turns it on under the lights here on the bright stage. The 2-2. Another foul ball. That one takes a bite out of their third base coach. Right in his wallet. My goodness, he was dancing around, and a line drive finds the rump side.
He tried everything. He's smiling about it. He waved off the training staff, so it's good to see he's all right. He'll probably expect an apology, though, from Huang.
He was 4 for 12 in this tournament, including a triple and 3 runs batted in. 2-2. Swung on and slashed down the left field line. That's going to get by Gonzalez and go to the wall. Pushing for second is Huang. He's going to get there standing up. A 1-out double. And the brothers have a runner in scoring position with 1 away.
Really good battle here by Chunlin Huang. I mean, he just kept fouling stuff off, and finally finds one on the opposite side of the plate and just punches it down that left field side. Beautifully done, and now a runner in scoring position for the brothers.
Well, the outfielders of Brian Gonzalez, Roman Flores, and Jose Marmoleos were all playing shallow. And unfortunately for Gonzalez, his first step had to be back, and the ball was just hit too hard, and he was in a pretty vulnerable position for that ball to get by him to the wall. If he's playing in regular depth, that probably is a double anyways, unless he is shading down that line and could possibly cut it off. So Xiao Su steps in, 6 for 13, including 3 doubles. Big rip on 1-0.
Been a big bat for this brothers team right in the middle of the order. And like you said, specifically in the first inning, the brothers have scored every time.
The 1-1. Swing and a foul tip. And we try this again. Huang with the 1-out double aboard at second. No score here in the early going. 1-2 fouled off.
This brothers team is patient.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, just as patient as any team in this tournament. We've seen it so much. Just finding the counts and getting ahead. But Pinto's done a really nice job of finding the zone and making the brothers earn whatever they're getting.
The 1-2 again. Line drive, right center field, slicing for the gap. Flores will watch it go to the wall. Rounding third and scoring is Huang. Up to second is Su. And another double for the big man. It's his 4th of the tournament, his 4th run batted in. And again, the brothers continue to score in the first inning. It's 1-0.
So nice job sticking with this one and just really ripping it into that right field gap. And like you said, another run pushed across. They're really good at getting ahead or at least keeping pace with whatever team they're playing. The problem is they end up having to play catch-up in those middle innings. Let's see if they can just get ahead and stay ahead now and keep on piling on here in the bottom of the first.
All the Brothers fans sitting behind that third base dugout love it. The Thunder Sticks going crazy. First pitch swinging back up the middle. So Pavita pirouettes, fires behind second. And Lee is retired. 2 away. Up to third goes Sue.
Just a showcase so far for Carlos Sepulveda. I mean, that quick hands to get the out on that replay on the first batter. And now, look at this play. Twirling around counterclockwise and a picture-perfect throw over to Ruiz at first.
That is under routine for sure. That's a strong throw to hit Rio Ruiz. Wade Sasu steps in. First pitch takes in the dirt. 1 for 3 so far in the tournament, including 2 runs batted in. Takes a called strike on the outside corner. There's a little bit of a horn down there, so it's starting to feel like a game if you're going back into the Chinese Professional Baseball League. It's got that party atmosphere. Cultures combining here in Mexico City. 1-1, fastball takes upstairs.
It's got to feel so good to have that support, too. I mean, that so many of these Chinese Taipei faithful made the trip over here to watch this game against the Diablos. Just a little bit of extra motivation to try to get one.
And they've been playing all their games behind closed doors. This is the first time they've had a crowd in any of their contests. 2-1, hit softly to second, gobbled up by Gutierrez, has time over to first to end the inning. But a run scores. The Brothers kick things off again. We go to the top of the second, 1-0. And we're back here inside of Estadio Alfredo Harp. We're taking another look at that bang-bang play at first base on Shilun Cheng. And we've seen almost every single angle so far. And again, it is as tight as it gets. The Brothers lead 1-0 as we go to the top of inning number 2. John Singleton, Michael Franco, and Ramon Flores 4, 5, and 6 2 up. Meng Ye Lin has looked very good so far in the first 3 batters he faced, getting a 1-2-3 inning, including a strikeout looking on Jose Marmoleos to end the inning. So here's the first pitch to John Singleton. Check swing, and a go around at third base, says Carlos Leon for swinging strike 1.
John Singleton with one of the biggest home runs we have seen in this tournament as far as distance, and surprisingly only one of 2 Diablos with a home run for the deep in this tournament.
0-1, just misses outside. And it was against Dantos where John Singleton dropped the head and dropped the bat. A ball that nearly took flight out of the ballpark.
He smashed one in batting practice too, Trevor.
Ball jumps off his bat. 1-1 is skied. First base side foul territory. Su and Chang give it a look, but it's going to run out of room and fall into the crowd. 1-2 now. 2 for 8 in the tournament for Singleton. 3 RBIs, 2 of them on that 1 home run. Someone who can, again, be a game changer in this Diablos lineup. Hitting behind Marmoleos and ahead of Maikel Franco. Now you got it combined. Over 200 Major League home runs split between Marmoleos, Singleton, and Franco in the 3, 4, and 5 spots.
Yeah, that's nasty.
The 1-2. Chopper over to second. Chang in the shifted infield on the outfield turf. Goes to first for the first out.
Yeah, if you want to question the power of John Singleton, just look where Chang was playing. I mean, he was not just in like the fringe of right field, he was a few steps deep in right field, knowing that that ball will probably get to him in a hurry. But perfect positioning on that one.
Well, Singleton doesn't run like he used to, so he's not as quick down that first base side. He still have plenty of time, especially with the way we've seen the ball bouncing and skipping on this infield playing surface. So here's Maikel Franco, the first pitch. Right down Main Street, called for a strike.
It's an interesting setup here, too, for the brothers, for Franco, where Yang is pretty much in the deep hole at short, and Chang, the second baseman, pretty much pushing second base.
Time is called. Franco will step out. 130 total home runs for Maikel Franco from the 2014 to 2022. A staple in the Philadelphia Phillies lineup for many years. And the 0-1 breaks down low.
It's been a tough tournament for him, though. 2 for 9, 2 runs, just 1 RBI. And that is a bat that this Diablos team is hoping is going to start to heat back up at the right time at the end of this tournament.
He had a tough game against the Dantos. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Made that a foul tip on 1-2. But there is something to respect about Maikel Franco. And you go back to his time in the Philadelphia Phillies organization. It was before he ended up with the big club. He dedicated himself to learning English through the minor league system and in the off seasons, coming through the affiliated ranks. He sat down with a tutor multiple times a week to learn how to do his own interviews and to communicate with his English-born speaking teammates. And it looks like there is a pitch clock violation on Maikel Franco, and there is. Yeah, he did not get back in the batter's box, and he's called out on strikes by Edwin Hernandez.
He tried to call time and was not granted it, and I think because of that, he ended up, and it might have just been, they're saying the clock was already at 0 before he got in there, and that is strike 3 now for Lou. Not your traditional strikeout.
No, indeed, but it will go down as a K. And takes a called strike outside Ramon Flores. But back to Maikel Franco. Over the course of his time with the Philadelphia Phillies organization, he eventually was able to learn English to pretty much a fluent level. He eventually then started to work with the young Spanish speakers in the Philadelphia Phillies organization as they were making their way up through the rankings, and it ended up helping to mentor them and would translate interviews for them. The 1-1. Foul to our left, and we try this again at 1-2. And the challenges of a Spanish-speaking player going from, whether it's the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, even here in Mexico, and going to the United States. Colin, we have seen this ourselves just here inside the ballpark, the challenge it is to communicate not just with, say, your fellow teammates, but then also with the people who are trying to help you get the work done to get you to where you want to be at Major League Baseball. Now imagine how that is for us when we're just been down here, just trying to walk around the stadium or go to the hotel, either just to order some food or to just get your way around the ballpark. It really puts a perspective to what those guys have to deal with, leaving home and living in a whole new country. And this is just us visiting a week.
Very tough. And it's impressive how many people do it. from all over the world, and it has gotten easier with technology. But there's something to an interaction with a person speaking. And when you type something in on a phone and you show it and you go back and forth, it doesn't have the same feel as when you can genuinely connect with somebody with words. And it can be a little bit lonely. So props to Michael Franco for taking the steps and doing what he needed to do to fit in a little bit more in that sense.
Here's the payoff. Swung on in line, softly left center field. It's going to dunk in for a base hit. Ramon Flores takes the turnaround first. The Diablos have their first hit. A 2-out single to extend the inning for Francisco Mejia.
Just the second hit of the tournament for Ramon Flores. And again, another bat at the bottom of the order that has really just been missing for the Diablos. But he's the 6th hitter, and he's got 7, 8, 9. Maybe there's something to this bottom of the order today that they can start to get hot and start to get the Diablos back in this game early.
Francisco Mejia, 3 for 9 so far with a double. Still no runs batted in yet for the Diablos catcher. First pitch swinging, takes it the other way and deep, but it's going to slice foul. Had home run distance, though.
Just a really, really long strike, Trevor.
Meng Yang Lu, he'll certainly take a strike even if it is put almost 350 feet the other way.
Yeah, that was probably a lesson for him right there. Maybe not throw that pitch again, at least in that location.
The 0-1. Hooked foul down the first base side. Quickly 0-2 on Francisco Mejia. There's a bit of a different energy in this ballpark tonight, especially with the Chinese Taipei fans in attendance, and of course the Diablos faithful now starting to fill out those seats down in the lower bowl.
Yeah, it's a good crowd tonight.
The 0-2. Line drive, another foul ball down the first base side. We'll rinse and repeat.
He is all over it. He just can't straighten it out. And, you know, in the meantime, it's gotten himself into an 0-2 hole. So now the challenge for Lou is, where can I put the ball that he's going to take a swing and just miss?
Well, there's a difference between being 0-2 on a couple of pitches you swung and missed at, or you just nicked foul. Mejia has barreled up a couple of pitches. He just hasn't gotten the fortune of putting it in play. With Flores' speed on at first base, a ball in the gap could possibly tie this game up, especially with him on contact. The 0-2. There's a drive into right center field. It's got some carry. Going back is Lee. He can't get it. It's to the wall. Rounding third, heading home is Flores. This game is going to be tied on a ball that kicks back towards the infield. There's your ringing double. Francisco Mejia gets his first ribby of the game and his first ribby of the series. We are tied at 1.
Well, you pretty much spoke that one right into existence, Trevor. I mean, he had been barreling up the ball in those foul balls, finally able to straighten it up. This is a great effort by Lee. He almost gets there, just one step behind it, and that speed showing off from Flores, able to round all the bags and drive in that first run of the game for Diablos.
Off on contact and a ball that just split that right center field alleyway. We'll see a mound visit now between the infielders, initiated by Hu, the catcher. But Mejia was on pretty much everything. He sliced the first pitch almost down the left field line for a home run. A couple of pitches hooked down the right field line that just went foul. And now Rio Ruiz steps in after the RBI double to bring us squared at 1. Both sides with 2 hits as well so far.
And how about the early production for the bottom part of this Diablos order? Exactly what they needed.
It has been this bottom of the order that has carried them so far. The top half of the order in Sepulveda and Gutierrez has brought in a lot of table setters for the big bats of Marmoleo, Singleton, and Franco. First pitch swinging, sent foul down the third base side. But again, it has been without really 100% Jose Marmoleos, John Singleton, and Michael Franco. Singleton does have the home run, but it has not been the sharpest tournament for him as well. And again, we've talked about it. It's still their spring training for pretty much everyone here, especially on this Diablos side. Almost everyone making their way back to Mexico City over just the last week and a half or so, getting used to the elevation again. The 0-1 is taken upstairs, a check swing, no-go around.
But it is still a tournament that, on paper at least, Diablos was favored to win. And, I mean, it's in their home building, in their home stadium. I mean, they want to put on a show and show out and see why they are the best team in this tournament and in this region.
Well, you don't win back-to-back championships on accident in the LMB. The 1-1 taken outside. We've seen a lot of back-to-back champions over the last few years. The Los Angeles Dodgers in Major League Baseball, Diablos Rojos del Mexico here in Liga Mexicana de Baseball, and then, of course, the Kane County Cougars, who we saw earlier today, back-to-back championships in the American Association. It's a bit contagious here in the middle 2020s. 2 balls, a strike, 2 outs, tie game at 1. The pitch to Ruiz. He takes just upstairs for ball 3, and once again the alarm will sound.
It was such a good start for Mengyang Liu in this game. He retired the first 3 hitters he's faced, but now that pitch count starting to climb at 35 pitches, and he is still in some danger here with a full count, or 3-1.
You got the first 2 outs of the inning rather quick on the ground out by Singleton and the pitch clock strikeout to Franco. The 3-1. There's a high towering fly deep down the right field line. This ball is gonna go. Rio Ruiz, he plops it in the seats beyond the right field fence. 2 more runs in here in the top half of inning number 2. It's gonna be 3-1 Diablos.
398 feet. Big launch angle at 43.9 degrees, and that is now 3 straight hits, a single, a double, and a home run for this Diablos team, and they've done it all with 2 outs here in the top of the 2nd inning.
A cloud scraper by Rio Ruiz, his first home run of the tournament. His first and second runs batted in as well. I'll bring a mound visit out to talk with Mengyang Liu, and again, it looks like his inning was on cruise control, getting the ground out to lead off the inning from Singleton, and Michael Franco got himself out on the pitch clock violation. And then it was just 6, 7, 8 between Flores, Mejia, and Ruiz. 3 consecutive knocks. The big one by Ruiz to put Diablos ahead here in the top of the inning. And now here's Brian Gonzalez, who is hitless so far in the tournament. But again, the hitting has been contagious from Diablos. First pitch takes low and in the dirt.
And unfortunately for the brothers, it's just more the same. I mean, we have seen them jump out to leads before, and they always just seem to lose them at some point. Their last game with Kane County, they were up 5-0. Ended up giving 10 in the bottom of the 1st inning.
Here's the 1-0. Bounce in the dirt. Just about 7,000 or more in attendance here so far.
I think it might be our biggest crowd.
Two-0. A swing and a miss. Make that a foul tip. Now 2-1.
And especially with the Chinese Taipei faithful here, I mean, it's really made for a fun environment. And the Diablos, of course, I mean, Ruiz hit that home run, and it was a roar in this stadium.
2-1, big rip from Gonzalez. He comes up empty. I mean, remember, this is a 20,000 plus seats capacity. And 26,000. So they really pack this place out over the course of the spring and summertime here. The 2-2. Line drive the other way. Coming in is Lee. Makes the chest side catch, and the inning comes to a close. But Rio Ruiz pops a 2-run blast, and it's 3-1 Devils as we go to the bottom of inning number 2.
This is going surprisingly well.
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, your carbless refill. Sir, same thing?
No thanks. More for beer guy.
Excuse me. That's a nice shade on you.
Carbless. Don't overthink it.
Two. Takes just off the outside corner, and the count runs full at 3-2.
Well, now Lou's got to dig deep. A 3-2 count here against Sepulveda. But before we get to it, it looks like we have a little bit of
a quick meeting between the brothers' side, and I'm not quite sure what this is going on here. Home plate umpire Edwin Hernandez talking things over down by the Diablos dugout. I'm not exactly sure what Chang Ming Ping was wanting to ask our home plate umpire about, but we're all squared away, whatever it was. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 3-1 in favor of the Diablos here in the top half of inning number 3. The alarm sounds once again at a full 3-2. Here it comes on in. Just outside, ball 4. Sepulveda draws a walk. A man reaches to lead off the top of the third. Here's Moises Gutierrez, an 0-for-1 day to this point.
the first walk issued by Lou. Got Sepulveda the first time around, unable to come back in this one, and this is just what the Diablos are looking for, that speed on first base and letting this middle part of the order work.
Gutierrez popped out to the shortstop, Xing-Hee Yang. On a 1-2-3 top half of inning number 1. Some momentum built up on the leadoff free pass. First pitch swinging, skies into right center field. Huang drifts into the gap, makes the catch. Back to first goes Sepulveda. One away, and that will bring up Jose Marmoleos. The ball just hangs up there into the wind drift as well, and the wind started to pick up a little bit since the top of the second inning. But this is where things can get really dangerous if you're Meng Yang Liu. The big bats of Jose Marmoleos and John Singleton stepping up with a man on base. And Marmoleos, who was a bit of a thorn in the Kane County Cougars side back on Tuesday night, hasn't done a whole lot since then. First pitch in the dirt, taken for ball 1.
And I'm sure the goal here for Lou is to induce that contact back up the middle, get that easy double play, and get to John Singleton with nobody aboard next inning.
Well, the outfield respecting the power of Marmoleos. They are playing deep and spread out. And a tad bit shaded to the pull side for the left-hander. Toss over to first base. Back in diving safely is Sepulveda.
You got to keep him honest. We know Sepulveda's got the speed. Brothers don't want him giving them a taste of their own medicine.
Well, we've not seen the Diablos run that much on the offensive side. They have been much more station to station when it comes to hitting. Another move over and back in diving safely again. And part of it is because they know what happens when they swing the bat. They can often drive in multiple runs on just one swing. So stealing second base sometimes almost feels like a non-starter. A walking lead, though, this time from Sepulveda, who stays. 1-0 taken outside for ball 2, and a hitter's friendly 2 balls, no strikes to Jose Marmoleos.
Seems like Lou has just lost a little bit of control here. Walked Sepulveda and now behind 2-0 against Marmoleos.
Skies it, third base side, foul territory, and it's going to go foul.
Souvenir for a Chinese Taipei fan from a former big leaguer.
Jose Marmoleos, 10 Major League home runs over the course of his 2020 and 2021 seasons in a Seattle Mariners uniform. Has come here to the Diablos and has done nothing but hit a career .349 batting average with a .970 OPS. Two-1. Takes a called strike, just splits the inner edge. And the count evens to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, really nice cutter there. I think Marmoleos thought it was going to dip more inside than it did. It just caught that edge. Beautiful pitch.
At the age of just 33 years old, still considered into the prime of his playing career here in the LMB circuit. 2-2. Taken down and inside for ball 3, and the alarms will sound once again. And this is where things can get shaky for Lou. Doesn't want to give in and give John Singleton a chance with runners at first and second, but knowing that Marmoleos' power, this will need to be a quality pitch. The 3-2, there goes Sepulveda. Pitch is swung on and fouled back, and we'll try this again at full 3-2.
Well, they'll get rowdy again here at Alfredo Harp.
It gets loud here in this ballpark. We've seen that before so far in this tournament. But not only that, it is getting deafening at times. So much so that I can barely even hear my broadcast partner, and he's just a mere, not even a meter away from me with microphones on and a headset.
It's amazing.
We'll try a 3-2 once again. Swung on and skied into center. This one's going to stay in the ballpark, though. Huang checks in and starts crashing in to make the catch. 2 outs. Back to first goes Sepulveda. And here's John Singleton with a man on and 2 away.
Well, look, this is a big stage for Ming Yang Lu, and he has done a nice job after that leadoff walk dealing with the pressure against some of these former big leaguers, former players in minor league systems. But I would argue, at least the way things have been going in this tournament for the Diablos, the biggest test is at the plate right now.
Ming Yang Lu is someone who is used to the big stage. He has pitched in a Brothers uniform at the Chinese Professional Baseball League at that major level. But it is, again, a different beast when you come here inside the Devil's Playground and you're facing some of the top talent that has Liga Mexicana del Baseball in stride. So here's John Singleton. A move over, and Sepulveda back in standing safely. 0 for 1 on the day for Singleton. He grounded out to the second baseman, Chang, back in the top of the second. First pitch takes outside.
Well, I think one of the elephants in the room, though, Trevor, has been the brothers' bullpen. It has been a little less than stellar so far, and looking up 56 pitches already for Lou. Sooner rather than later, they're going to have to start dipping into that bullpen.
And a lot of those pitches have been high stress as well. The 1-0 takes down low for ball 2, and this has also been part of the challenge for Lou. He's been pitching behind, and when he does pitch behind, this is the environment he has to hear.
Got the chops going right now.
The young right-hander leans in and comes set, getting his sign. Off of first, Sepulveda led off the inning with a walk. The 2-0 takes just off the inner corner. 3-0 now. Well, if there's anyone on this Diablos Rojos roster to get a green light, it would be Singleton. 1 home run already in the tournament. The long wait for the 3-0. Swings and skies it. Center field charging in is Wong. He has to play it on a bounce. Up to second goes Sepulveda. A little busted single back up the middle from John Singleton. The inning continues. Here's Michael Franco.
Singleton's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he was looking for. He didn't put the big ball with the big swing on it, but he did push it right back up the middle, and you will take a base hit in this situation. Again, in the second inning, all 3 runs scored by this Diablos team came with 2 outs.
And it came with 2 outs after a Michael Franco pitch clock violation was called for strike 3. And it's been a tough tournament for Franco. His first 2 hits came against the Kane County Cougars, but ever since then, it has been a quiet time for the former Philadelphia Philly star. First and second. 2 outs, 3 runs on the board in the top of the second, and a chance to threaten for more. The first pitch takes borderline up the top rail, but it's ruled ball 1.
And at the 60th pitch from Mingyang Liu. Still nobody warming up in that brothers bullpen, so they are certainly going to let him fight through this.
There's a couple of guys banding and getting warm. The 1-0 takes a called strike. That one just clips the outside corner about mid-thigh high. One RBI so far in the tournament for Franco. Sepulveda led off the inning with a walk. He's at second. Singleton aboard at first after the 2-out knock. The 1-1 bounces in for ball 2. It's been a battle for Lou pitching behind these dangerous bats from this Diablos offense. Infield playing an extreme pull shift for the right-handed Franco. The second baseman Chang almost up the middle. A pick over at second. And there's been a close eye on Sepulveda since the beginning of this inning.
Yeah, I think that's the 4th pickoff attempt by Lou against Sepulveda.
And he was checking on him quite a bit at first base and also keeping a close eye on him at second. The runners take their leads. 4 hits so far for the Diablos here in the first couple of frames. The 2-1. Franco jammed on a foul back. And count evens at 2-2. And this is going to be one of the biggest pitches of the young right-hander Mingyang Liu's career.
Could be big for momentum if he can make Franco either take on a strike or get him swinging. Get out of this unscathed.
To keep this at a 2-run lead. For Franco, he's trying to kick the door down here in the top of the 3rd inning. The 2-2. Check swing, and he just pokes it foul to stay alive. Feels like you're almost living and breathing on every single pitch from Lou.
That was a pretty good one. A lot of breaking action to the outside, but Franco committed and was at least able to get some wood on the ball. Stay alive for another pitch.
Well, Franco's been in swing mode the entire tournament, and we've seen that quite a bit so far. Coming on home. Line drive roasted down the left field line. That's a fair ball. So Pavita will get the easy trot in. To third is Singleton. He gets the stop sign. Michael Franco has showed up tonight. A ringing RBI double. It's 4-1 Diablos.
Trevor, this ball was smoked. Right off the barrel, perfectly placed down that left field line. An easy score for Sepulveda. It was Singleton getting the stop sign, but still, second and third, 2 outs. All 4 of the runs for the Diablos coming with 2 outs, and it looks like Lou's night is coming to an end.
This ballpark is lit up once again. It's like a sitting fuse. You just wait for it to pop. And Michael Franco delivered the double with 2 outs, and it's still not over yet. Ramon.
Yeah, this is still just a pen visit. It's the pitching coach out there. Just loosening up in the bullpen for Chinese Taipei.
Well, look at that glove. My goodness. There's no excuse to miss a foul ball. So back to business. Runners at second and third. 2 outs. And Ramon Flores, who already has a single on the day so far, will step in. A contributor to the Diablos' championship runs on many occasions. Now looking to really extend this lead. Angel Macari back out and throwing in the bullpen for the brothers. We saw him a couple of days ago. First pitch to Flores. Takes a fastball north side for ball 1.
Flores, the one that got the party started for this Diablos team in the second.
And led the Diablos in walks back in 2023 and 2022. As one of the more patient hitters on this staff. A 1-0, and he shows it there by taking outside for ball 2. Ever since he signed with Diablos back in 2022, he has done nothing but hit. A career .332 average with a .424 career on base percentage. He's in the driver's seat now at 2-0. The pitch home. Skies it. Center of the diamond. Behind home plate, who's going to take charge? No one's going to take charge. It falls in foul. 4 infielders, all hands on their hips, looking at each other. And it could have been an inning-ending pop-out. Instead, Ramon Flores gets a gift. It's now 2-1.
It looked like Who was backing up in the wrong direction, the catcher. And it just seemed like everybody thought he was the one that was going to be taking charge on this ball. You see him look straight up in the air, and he starts going back into the left. This ball forward to the right, almost down the first baseline. And it didn't give Sue or Lou, the pitcher, a chance to go after it.
Well, my guess is that Who was looking for the baseball, and it was above the light towers. And it's so hard to see until that ball starts coming back down. And by that point, it is far too late. So a gift given to the Diablos' 6th batter. The 2-1 takes up and away for ball 3, and most likely will be the last pitch. Take a look at the brothers' bullpen at Macari warming up.
Yeah, that pitch count is swelling right now for Lou. This will be his 70th pitch coming in the 3rd inning.
The 3-1 swings and skies it. Center field, could be no man's land. Wong charges in. He's there to make the catch, and the inning comes to a close. It could have been trouble, but it's just one run by Michael Franco on the double. We go to the bottom of inning number 3. Top half of inning number 4. The Diablos Rojos del Mexico continue their offensive strikes. Look at that drink. That's been the folks are enjoying the festivities here. March baseball, meaningful March baseball. Always fun to be in the ballpark, especially when normally it's spring training time. Of course, Major League Baseball opening up their season, and Baseball Champions League is continuing to be once again another success here in 2026. So it starts with Francisco Mejia leading things off for Diablos in the top half of inning number 4. And Colin, I don't know about you, but it feels like it's already gotten louder. And I think that's just because now the seats are even more filled out than there was just a couple of innings ago.
This is the place to be on a Friday night in Mexico City, let me tell you. Absolutely gorgeous night. I mean, it was a great day already, and these two teams going at it. Diablos baseball.
This ball socked into right center, going into the gap, but not making the catch is Lee. Pushing for second, Mejia, and he's on a roll. It's his second double of the ball game. He's leading things off here in the top of the 4th with extra bases.
It's a big part of that success that they found in the second inning. RBI double that brought home Ramon Flores to tie up the game.
Well, remember, Colin, when I said there were 7,000 earlier? Well, now there's 9.
Wow.
And you can hear it.
It's getting louder. I mean, you said it earlier. We're sitting right next to each other. And it's when this crowd gets lit up, it is hard to hear.
Here's Rio Ruiz. He had the 2-run blast back in the top of inning number 2 that lit the fuse here. First pitch taken up and away. Angel Macare, he's now on to pitch for the brothers. We saw him pitch very well against the Crocodiles a couple of days ago. It's just unfortunate for him. Didn't see the results in that game where the Crocodiles walked off the brothers. Went an innings and a third. 3 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. A walk and 2 strikeouts. The 2-0 right on the outer half for a strike.
Yeah, he was cruising in that game for a while, but eventually it just caught up to him. The only non-Chinese Taipei, Taiwanese-born player.
Swung on in line to second. It kicks off the glove of Chang into right. Rounding third, heading home, Mejia. Here's the throw from Lee. It gets cut off by Su. We'll see what the scoring is. That was a tricky in-between hop on the second baseman, Chang. As it stands, though, it's a 5-1 Diablos lead.
I think they've already rung it up as an error, but it was just a really hard hit ball, and Chang has to make a decision. He either has to charge this one or he has to try to play it off the hop. He decides to go for the hop, but we have seen some wicked bounces over there at second base. This one gets away from him, and a run comes in and scores again for the Diablos.
Well, it's credited. Well, they haven't said anything yet on the scoring. And it looks like they might be deliberating that a couple of booths away. So here's Brian Gonzalez. First pitch, pops it up. Middle of the diamond, third base side. Shortstop Yang camped underneath it, and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Well, still no sign of a scores decision yet. So this is definitely something that they're looking at a couple of times. Well, once we get the decision, we will let you know. Now Carlos Sepulveda steps in, lines it foul down the third base side. One away, a run in here in the top half of inning number 4. It appears they have given Rio Ruiz a single. The 0-1 is taken for a strike. Now 0-2 on Sepulveda.
So the long ball for Ruiz in the second, and then this RBI single. So a couple of RBIs now for Rio Ruiz in this one. He is certainly having a great day in that 8th spot.
The 0-2. Flown out to left. Twisting and turning Lou. He's going to make the catch shy of the warning track. And the second out of the inning on a ball that kind of fooled me for a moment just because we've been watching balls sail out of this ballpark.
Well, I don't know if this was it or not, but that wind is blowing pretty strong in the opposite direction this ball was hit. It's going more left to right. Had the wind been flipped, I think that one might have had enough distance to potentially get out when you mix it in with the altitude.
Just got a little underneath it, and not a good sign as Shangyu Lee out in right field is not looking very comfortable, and that will send the training staff to go rushing out towards the right fielder. And this has just been so unfortunate for this Brothers team. They've had to deal with more injuries than any other team in this tournament so far. They've had multiple guys go down, whether it has been hit by a pitch, sliding into home plate, or just simply enough, you've just been standing out in the outfield and you're not feeling all that comfortable. And that's just been bad break after bad break after bad break. And you got to feel for these young kids who are coming in, trying to play their hearts out in a tournament that simply has just so much riding on it for their experience. And then it's just unfortunate aspects of baseball come in. And it looks like Xingye Yu is going to be leaving the ball game.
Yeah, just really unfortunate and tough to even say what happened. I mean, at least on that last play, the ball went to left field, so it's not like he was involved in any matter. So curious to try to find out exactly what happened. But one way or another, he's leaving the game.
It's not what you want to see from a bunch of kids who are coming into this tournament, some of them putting on a jersey in a professional setting for the first time in their careers.
And I believe it's Shengji Sai who will be replacing him out in right field.
You know what it could have been, Colin? Remember the throw that Lee made on that ground ball hit by Rio Ruiz? I'm guessing there had to have been something on that made Lee feel a bit uncomfortable because, like you mentioned, the ball was not hit to him on the play prior. So I'm guessing there could have been something on that play that Lee might have tweaked and just hasn't been able to fight it off.
Yeah, and what we didn't see was under that glove, his left hand is all taped up. So maybe it was something even uncomfortable when he was fielding the ball. You can see the trainer holding on to that left hand, that left arm of Lee.
You just got to feel for these kids who are coming into this tournament, putting on the professional jersey for the first time, as Shang Sai will go out to right field. The 1-0 taken upstairs. They've been battling, and they have been battling through everything. The adversity of hot games on this turf early on in the tournament to now battling one of the hardest teams to beat in club baseball.
They haven't made it easy on anybody, and you got to respect that from this Brothers team.
There has been no throwaway games from them. They have competed in every single contest they've played in. They have had multiple battles with some of the toughest opponents that they could be facing at the young ages of some as young as 18 and some as old into their 30s. But otherwise, it is a roster that's primarily roughly around the age of just 20 years old. Ball 4 to Moises Gutierrez, and that will extend the inning for Jose Marmoleos.
Yeah, and it's really admirable. And it's not easy to speak for anybody, but I have to imagine that they have really picked up the respect of a lot of the players in this tournament just for how hard they play and how much they put on the line. Even when they've gotten down big, there's just no quit. They keep on running hard. They keep on playing hard. They're swinging at good pitches, taking the bad pitches. It's been a pleasure to watch this team.
So here's the first pitch to Marmoleos. A check swing foul back,
man.
and man, oh man, another break cannot be found. Who gets hit? And everyone is just getting the unfortunate end of the stick.
See what happens here. And just, oh man, fouled off and then into the right arm of who? Just nothing you can do about that. Oh, man. And already we're seeing the backup catcher for the brothers starting to play catch and get loosened up. Just in case.
It has just been a tough tournament for the CTBC brothers, and it's not even because of the results that they've had so far. We've mentioned their fight in each of these games. They were so close to scratching out a win versus the Crocodiles a couple of days ago. We take a look at inside the Diablos' dugout, and that's Ricardo Pinto, who has just been kind of sitting down for the last few innings. Seeing the rest of the training staff and the coaching staff for the brothers talk things over, and it's getting a little heated.
Yeah, a little bit. Like the pitching coach for Chinese Taipei having to walk away from this conversation. There you see Xu-Ting Chen starting to warm up.
I mean, it's one thing to be in a game where you've had multiple people go down due to injury, or multiple players, I should say. It's a whole other thing to have it in the same inning, and who's going to throw the mask back on? And he definitely wants to get that throwing hand, which is the hand that got fouled off. So let's see how he feels throwing the pearl back.
All right.
I mean, you got to give it to these kids. They're showing up in a tournament that, on paper, it looks like their winning percentage or their winning odds would be not all that high, but here they have shown up, always struck first in each contest in the first inning, and they've always been putting up competitive at-bats, competitive plate appearances, playing strong defense. They have not committed a whole lot of errors as well defensively. Now, again, they are very young compared to the rest of the teams and the players that are featured in this tournament, but they've shown the grit. The 0-1 to Marmoleos, who skies a high towering fly to left. Lou's going to drift into the left gap and make the catch to end the inning. They hold him to a run, but it's still in favor of the Diablos. 5-1. We go to the fifth.
And welcome back to Estadio. Alfredo Harp Helu, as we see Diablos about to come up here in the top of the 6th inning. It has been some absolute fight, though, from the CTBC brothers. 2 unanswered runs. They're just chasing 2 now and trying to hold it right where it is, Trevor.
Oh, thank you, Colin. Yeah, 5-3 Diablos as we keep things moving along. And Colin, let's take this moment to reflect on what we've seen so far through the first half of the ball game. What's your takeaway so far?
I think for me, it's Diablos just continuing to struggle with not getting the big innings. They have certainly been struggling with that pretty much this entire tournament, and it seems like they haven't just found the connection at the plate to string together a bunch of hits and turn it into a bunch of runs. I think we thought maybe that would happen here against the brothers, and instead it's just the consistent fight that we've seen all tournament from this brothers team. They're not the most experienced group, they're not the deepest group, but they play with a ton of heart, and it's hard not to root for them.
Do you think that maybe because of their inexperience, there's maybe a little just less fear that goes into a game like this where they're just so raw? It's just, all right, we're just going to play with just our guts out on the field at all times?
I think it's definitely turned from nerves into exactly that. I mean, this is their last game that they're going to play here in this BCL tournament. They're doing it in front of their largest crowds, just behind their dugout, friends, family, supporters, and I think that just adds a little bit of extra fuel to the fire for them to want to go out with a bang, and what a bang it would be if they could upset Diablos here tonight.
So we keep things moving along into the top half of inning number 6. And again, thank you, Colin, for opening us up here in the frame. It'll be 9-1 and 2 due up. Brian Gonzalez, Carlos Sepulveda, and Moises Gutierrez due up in order. And Helmakare is still back out to work for the brothers. And with a 2-run deficit to work through, we are looking to see what the response will be. When is the shutdown inning going to occur? And so far, we saw that with the bases loaded, escaping with a 4-6-3 double play to end that inning. And that momentum is surely going through this brothers lineup. So here is Gonzalez, the first pitch on the way from Akare. Swung on and banged. Left field, forget it. Solo shot, Brian Gonzalez. He is here in the Baseball Champions League, ambushing Angel Macare here in the top of the 6th. Make that 3-run cushion back at 6-3.
Well, everything we were just talking about, the momentum, the 2-run rally for the brothers, and just like that, that is a momentum stopper from Brian Gonzalez. 463, 21 degrees on the launch angle, but look at that exit velo, 112.7, absolutely blasted.
A cement mixer just left right down the middle, and it took Gonzalez one step to see that ball sail above the bullpens.
That one was smoked, Trevor.
So here's Carlos Sepulveda. You think that crowd gets fired up here?
Absolutely. I mean, this is easily the biggest crowd we've seen so far in this tournament, and they are hanging on every pitch and just really enjoying the atmosphere.
Downstairs and low for a ball, 1-0.
And what a game so far. I mean, it's 3 runs, but it has been competitive.
Nearly takes a bite out of Sepulveda. I mean, we made this comment earlier when we were down in the museum. What do you think that's like for a player who is on this current roster to maybe bring their family to a game and take them on a tour around the ballpark, and you take them through that museum, and the next thing you know, you're seeing almost a 10-foot statue or a 10-foot poster of you in one of your action shots, like we see plenty of Sepulveda down there. 3-0. Takes for a strike.
It's got to feel pretty awesome, and he is featured very heavily at one point on that tour, and for a good reason. I mean, the guy has provided a lot to this Diablos team. He's a part of their lore officially. And it's just got to feel good, as you said, to just, even if it's not bringing people in, and that wouldn't be a showing off thing anyway, it would just be more of an appreciation, but it's just got to feel good to know that all the hard work you're putting in is being recognized by the club you're doing it for.
Back-to-back championships will certainly help. The 3-2. Well, sent foul, third base side. I mean, that is what is in the first base clubhouse right now. When they go into the LMB season, only one thing is on their mind, and that's three-peat. It's never been done before in LMB play. And could this roster be the first to do it? The 3-2. This ball's hooked on the ground, foul. There also has never been a repeat champion in Baseball Champions League. They could also be the first to do that. But of course, that means they need to make it to Sunday. Not a guaranteed so far, but leading 6-3 is a good start. 3-2 once more. Chopper to second. In between is Lynn, but he picks the hop and throws the first for the out.
So Sepulveda didn't make it easy, but it's a nice job by Macari after giving up the big home run there to Gonzalez to lead off the inning on the first pitch. He battled with Sepulveda, but eventually won it and got the first out here for the brothers.
Moises Gutierrez will now step in. One of the hottest hitters coming into the game, rather quiet, 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch, takes a called strike.
He's been quiet today, but he has been loud in this tournament. Still at 500.
4 for 8 will do that. The 0-1. Sent foul down the third base side. And this isn't even a capacity crowd. We are barely filling out that lower bowl, and it is thunderous down there. I mean, they have the whole upper bowl here cut off, even the outside seats, but I mean, how loud it is with 9,000 in attendance. What do you think 26,000 must feel like, especially with these speakers just going at it like it's a club energy?
I can't imagine. I mean, they did a great job in the museum with this incredible projector room where there's just videos playing all over, but they put you in that atmosphere a little bit, especially in those championship games, and you can just feel the energy. It gave me some goosebumps just listening to it.
How can you not be romantic about baseball in any form, whether it's down here south of the border or halfway across the world in Chinese Taipei? 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 6-3 the pitch home. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Gutierrez down on strikes. 2 away here in the top of inning number 6.
Well, Macari might be Venezuelan, but he is embracing that fight that this Chinese Taipei team we've been getting to know them for. He gives up that leadoff home run, but he has fought back in 2 tough battles at the top of this Diablos order against Sepulveda and Gutierrez.
Downstairs low, ball 1 to Jose Marmoleos, again, who's awfully quiet so far. A strikeout and 2 flyouts to his name. The 1-0. Taking all the way. Maybe a ball or so off the outside corner, but ruled a strike. You got the cheerleaders, well, not really the cheerleaders, really, but it's like almost like capo like they have in soccer, leading the chants down behind that Chinese Taipei third base dugout, embracing what this tournament is about, and could not be more prouder of their guys that they're backing up. The 2-1. Marmoleos sends it foul to the netting.
It's not a joke. I mean, it is literally a party with the fans, whether it's 900 people or 9,000 people. They really enjoy themselves here.
Macari's 2-2. Pulled foul first base side off the dugout netting.
And there were actually cheerleaders in between innings, Trevor.
There certainly were, yeah. It's the Diablos Rojos have a group of cheerleaders that go out in between innings to keep the crowd alive. And I think that's the big difference between baseball down here in Mexico versus baseball north of the border in the United States and up in Canada. A 2-2. Marmoleos gives this a high towering fly, but it's going to die in the night sky. Sai crosses in and makes the catch to end the inning. The solo home run off the bat of Brian Gonzalez adds to the lead. It's 6-3. We move along. Well, look at that score line. It is impressive. Diablos with that breakthrough second inning of 3 runs. It's made the difference so far in a 6-4 contest. The brothers, well, they've been pesky. They've scratched out a run in each of the last 3 innings, which takes us to the back third. To start off the top half of inning number 7. See, new arm on the mound for the representatives of the Chinese Taipei. Chow Chun-Tang will now take over in relief, and he has got a bundle to work around. John Singleton, Michael Franco, and Ramon Flores. That is 3 consecutive big leaguers that this kid is going to be facing. And it looks like he might need to go get some new equipment. His glove might be a little too bright for this game. And yep, they are grabbing a new glove. It looks like that leather is a little bit too bright, and it looks a little too much like a baseball. You don't really see that all that often, so a little interesting to see new webbing get sent into the game.
Yeah, very interesting. And this game has had a little bit of everything so far. Why not add a little bit more? And you said it, Singleton,
So the
Franco,
gauntlet
Flores.
of this Diablos Rojos lineup steps in. Singleton, Franco, and Flores.
4 hits combined between those 3 already in this game.
Singleton has had 2 of those hits, both of them singles.
Both times getting to third, but never crossing home.
First pitch rushes outside. Michael Franco awaits on deck. Here's the 1-0. In between swings, Singleton looks like he poked it foul. The third pitcher used by the brothers here so far this evening. The 1-1. Big rip from Big Singleton. Comes up empty. Now 1-2.
Unlike so many other pitchers on this brothers team, this is Tang's first appearance in any sort of brothers uniform here in the BCL.
And he's facing 3 established major leaguers. The 1-2. Taken up high. It's about a decade ago. Singleton was in a Houston Astros jersey. Not that far away from us here in Mexico City, and now steps up in the back third of the ball game, ahead by just a couple of runs. Batting .364 in this tournament with 4 hits in 11 at-bats. One of them being a long home run. 2-2. Line drive, squirming back up the middle, and it fillets on into center, a base hit. The 3rd hit of the day for John Singleton, and an all-important insurance runner aboard at first base to kick off the 7th.
Yeah, he's feeling himself. Second time he's pretty much put a baseball in this exact spot, trying to force Lynn over towards the middle. He's basically playing a shallow right field, and he has to cover a lot of ground to have any chance, and there's simply no chance the way Singleton scorches it back up the middle.
Well, that brings up Michael Franco. It was his RBI double that broke him out in a big way. It was back in the top of the 3rd inning. First pitch swinging, chopped to third, charging inside. Chang throws a second for 1 Lin, back to first. He's safe. Franco beats it out on the back end. Singleton cut down in between.
Had the makings of a double play, Trevor. This ball is way inside. Franco able to get his bat around, though, and get it. The start is good. The problem is right here, the transfer. He just couldn't get it out of his glove. By the time he did, Franco hustling down the line, and he ends up being safe.
So here's Ramon Flores. A base hit, a flyout, and a walk has been his ledger so far.
It's been deadly at the bottom part of this Diablos lineup.
First pitch takes all the way. It's a fastball at 88 for a strike. 0-1 fouled off to our left. Now 0-2.
A single and a walk from Flores, 2 doubles from Mejia, and a home run apiece from Ruiz and Gonzalez. That is what Diablos' bottom 4 have been doing tonight.
That back half of the order from 6 on has been almost like a second leadoff spot. The 0-2 taken just off the inside corner. And I mean just off, about a razor blade's edge. The 1-2. Line drive, back up the middle, hanging up but falling in, a base hit in front of Huang. Pushing to second will go Franco. And that will bring up Francisco Mejia, who has been one of the strongest bats in this lineup this evening.
He's reached all 3 times, 2 doubles and a hit by pitch. He's come around and scored. He has an RBI. And there's certainly going to be a conversation here for this Chinese Taipei team as to how they're going to handle these next 3 batters.
Well, there is a left-hander up and going in their bullpen. It doesn't get any easier from here, and we've been saying that all night. And it certainly has been true here in the back third of this lineup card. 7, 8, and 9 have done their damage. Mejia with the multiple doubles. Rio Ruiz, who sits on deck, the 2-run home run and an RBI single. And Brian Gonzalez, who had the home run an inning prior in the 6th. The first pitch to Mejia. Outside for ball 1. Ko Lung Chen starting to get loose in the bullpen for the brothers. A 6-4 ball game. The 1-0. Breaking ball finds the zone for a strike.
All of the hits in this game have come from the back 6 hitters of this Diablos team, and 5 of the 6 runs from the back 4 hitters.
1-1 is left in the sky. Tanks 2-1. Just falls outside. And here come the alarms. A turning point in this ball game could be right here on this pitch. Franco at second. Flores behind him at first. The 3-1. Takes a called strike, about a ball off the corner. And it's now full 3-2. And this could be action. Mejia, 2 for 2 with the hit by a pitch. The RBI double back in the 2nd inning. (3-2). Swing and a pop-up. Third base side, foul territory. Chang near the railing, comes back towards the infield, falls on his wallet to make the catch for the 2nd out. And a big one at that, 2 away for Rio Ruiz. And that quiets the crowd.
Yeah, how about the reaction by Chang? I mean, he was thinking he's going to have to go over the railing for this one, gives it one last look and says, oh my goodness, it's going the other direction. Able to throw the glove out and make the catch. Really great concentration.
Well, we have seen the momentum shift like a pendulum from one side to the next. While Diablos does have the lead, they have yet to find the big back-breaking blow. Ruiz had the 2-run home run back in the 2nd, but that was an awfully long time ago. We're in the 7th of the first pitch. He swings and pops it up foul behind home plate. He bounced into an inning-ending double play back in the 5th. He had the bases loaded and one out and could not cash in. It set the table for the brothers to come back and score 3 of their own from the 4th inning to now the bottom of the 6th. So here we are on the top of the 7th. 6-4. Franco and Flores take their leads. The 0-1. Just off the outside, black for ball 1.
Ruiz has been dangerous other than that, though. A home run back in the 2nd, an RBI single in the 4th.
The 1-1. Swing and a foul back to the netting. It's 1-2 on Ruiz.
Now Tang just one pitch away from getting through the meat of this order unscathed.
It was a leadoff single by John Singleton. The fielder's choice hit by Franco, and then the base hit from Flores. Following the pop out to Mejia. Tang's 1-2. Swing and a bouncer to first, stays fair near the bag, and stepping on the pillow is Sue. And the momentum has once again stalled for Diablos in the 7th. We go to stretch. Diablos leads 6-4. Today's game is brought to you by Jeremiah Johnson Brewing Company, built for the ballpark. Cold, crisp, ready for game time. From blonde ale to Citra IPA to Mountain Man Scotch Ale, Jeremiah Johnson Brewing Company. Drink like you mean it. We're watching this game like we're meaning it. Top of the 8th, here we are. In a tight one from Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu, Brian Gonzalez, he ambushed the 6th inning with a home run of his own, leads off. First pitch swinging, fouls it back, starting things off at 0-1. And Colin, this game continues to write itself in lore in BCL history, whether it is a brothers comeback or not. There has been a ton of fun in this energy and in this ballpark tonight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Chopper, back up the middle softly, hit and through past the sliding Yang into center. A multi-hit day for Brian Gonzalez to lead off the top of inning number 8. And is this the inning where the Diablos finally put the nail in the coffin?
Well, the last 3 innings, this has been Brian Gonzalez's world, and we're just all living in it. He hit that home run in the 6th to lead it off, had an incredible play that really probably saved at least 1 run in that 7th inning from the brothers, that sliding catch, and now here he is leading off the 8th inning with a single.
The lineup card turns over. Carlos Sulpavita now steps in. A rare hitless evening so far, and he takes the first pitch strike. 2 flyouts, a ground out, and a walk, but that walk did eventually come into score on the Maikel Franco RBI double back in the top of inning number 3. The 0-1. Line drive, there's the base hit from Sulpavita. Gonzalez will hold up at second. Here come the Diablos yet again. And it felt like, Colin, it was only a matter of time until we said Carlos Sulpavita's name and him getting involved.
Yeah, he's just too good to be kept down when it comes to this lineup for the Diablos. And that was just a good piece of hitting right over the head of the infielders and into right field. And just like that, first and second, nobody out. Diablos looking to start to get some big insurance runs here in the top of the 8th.
We saw multiple men on base back in the 7th. The Diablos left him stranded. We saw multiple runners again in the 5th. They were also left stranded. There has been multiple opportunities for the brothers to the Diablos to take advantage of these situations, and they just haven't been able to cash in. But we're about to enter the gauntlet. Moises Gutierrez comes up, but behind him it's Jose Marmoleos, John Singleton, and the always dangerous Maikel Franco. Squaring around, pulling back, and taking ball 1. Po Chun Chen starts to get loose in the brothers' bullpen beyond the left field wall. And you know it's almost desperation time when you're seeing the Diablos start to play the small ball game. Corners will be crashing with Su and Cheng at third. He squares around. The 1-0. Drops it down. Third base side, but it stays foul.
Well, we know Gutierrez has some legit power. He's flashed it in this tournament, but he is 0 for 3 today, and most recently with a strikeout. This is a big moment if he can lay down a bunt, especially with nobody out. It's a textbook situation to get runners at second and third, and just 1 out.
Sulpavita and Gonzalez, who are both on first and second, they have wheels to churn. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cheng playing at a 45-degree angle at third base, ready for the bunt again. Tang comes set. Gutierrez squares around. The 1-1. Pulls back, takes low for ball 2.
There's a long pause there by Tang, and I know we brought it up before in the tournament, but no pitch clock when runners are in on the bases. He can stay on there as long as he wants.
Gutierrez squares, 2-1. Drops it down, back to the mound. Tang only has a play at first. The first out of the inning is made, but the runners, Gonzalez and Solpavita, move up into scoring position, and Jose Marmoleos steps to the plate.
Yeah, Gutierrez will go into the dugout and get high fives as he deserves. That is a perfect bunt. You see that Tang tried to do everything he could to get the lead runner. It just wasn't there. He takes what he can get with the out, but mission accomplished for the Diablos.
Well, despite having an open first base, it doesn't get easier behind Marmoleos, so they will pitch to him, and the infield is drawn up point blank.
Yeah, I don't think you want to face Singleton with the bases loaded. He's 3 for 4 today.
The first pitch in tight for ball 1. Now the question is, if it gets to say 2-0 or 3-0, do they then just say, here's the 4-finger salute?
I think that Marmoleos, he's been having a tough tournament. He's 0 for 4 today. In my opinion, he's the guy you got to go after and not pass it over to Singleton.
1-0, chop to shortstop, up with the ball, Yang to the plate they go, the throw gets away. Coming to score, Gonzalez, moving to third, Solpavita. And the brothers throw one away, and a run comes in to score. It's 7-4 Diablos.
Well, there's a lot that happens in this play, and first I just want to mention Gutierrez's bunt. It takes away the double play, which that would have been the end of the inning right there for Chinese Taipei. Instead, you have to make a play at the plate, and unfortunately, the throw for Yang just bounces in. It's a really tough play for Chang, who, by the way, had to come into this game as a replacement. This isn't the ace catcher, and the Diablos end up taking advantage of that.
So that brings up John Singleton. The run does come in, and it is ruled as an E6. So the Diablos finally scratch a run across for the first time since that leadoff home run of the 6th inning.
It's a huge run, too.
And there could be more with Solpavita 90 feet away at third. For the brothers, they need to keep this right where it's at. And Jose Marmoleos' day will come to an end. We will see a pinch runner. We see a new runner at first base for Diablos.
Yeah, Yoshinobu Hoshina.
Here's Singleton. First pitch in the dirt, but it's knocked down by Chen, keeping Solpavita stationed at third.
Ooh, and that's Chang saying that he was wishing Solpavita was going to come to the plate. He got about halfway and then scurried back.
Well, two of the biggest games could be on the line tomorrow. Dantos takes on Kane County at 12 o'clock Eastern time. That's game number 9, and game 10 could be the decider. The Crocodiles and Diablos. That's at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And the final game of pool play. The 1-0. There's a drive. Deep to right. If it's fair, it's gone. It is foul.
Wow.
Maybe by about a foot and a half.
Oh, man. John Singleton almost blew this game wide open. He's looking to see if he broke his bat. He studied it and said he didn't. Let's get a look at this.
And it does, in
Oh,
fact,
my goodness.
cross that pole foul, but not by much.
How much drama has been in this game, Trevor?
The 1-1. A strike is called. 1-2. Move over to first base, back in diving safely. The 1-2. Swing and a pop-up. Center of the diamond. Who's going to take charge? Third baseman Chang drifts towards second. The ball falls in. No play anywhere. Bases loaded. Michael Franco will get a chance to swing. And that is a very tough break for the brothers. Chang might have let the moment get a little too big. The third baseman going almost all the way towards second base.
Just dropped right in between everybody, and you said it, Chang drifting all the way over, almost a second. And again, he's playing out of position as well. He's been the everyday second baseman for this brothers team, had to switch over to third. And now it's some real danger with the bases loaded. Just one out.
So here's Michael Franco. It's been tough sledding for him here in the BCL. An RBI double back in the third inning, but now has the bases packed. The first pitch. Swing and a high fly ball into center. Shallow. Huang is going to camp underneath it. Catch is made. Runners will tag. It will only be Sulpavita who crosses the dish. 8-4 Diablos in the top of the 8th inning. I'll bring up Ramon Flores, and we'll see a new pitcher. We'll step aside for the moment. Diablos 8-4. We keep things moving along in the middle of the 8th inning. We welcome you back here to Estadio Alfredo Harp, Helu, and this is the standings for the 2026 Baseball Champions League. Kane County, controlling their own destiny at 3-0, are just one step away from a trip to Sunday Championship Day. Diablos at 2-1. If the score stands where it's at right now, Diablos would also be at 2-1. And the bottom two of the Crocodiles at 1-2, and the Brothers, if again the score stands, would be 0-4. So what would the wrench be tomorrow on Saturday? King County controlling their own destiny. It looks like they are closer than ever to lifting the American Association's second Baseball Champions League title. And for the Cougars, it would be their first. So Rio Ruiz leads off. First pitch fouled back, starting things off at 0-1. Lesu now in the game for the Brothers.
It's going to be a very interesting day tomorrow, Trevor. That's all I know.
We've been waiting for Championship Sunday all week. It's just a meager hours away now. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Ruiz out in front. Now 0-2. The 0-2. Downstairs. Flashy back call into Monday when we were just getting our bearings here in Mexico City at the press conference, and here we are on Friday evening, and we're already looking into what Sunday could possibly be. And it feels like yesterday we just landed at the airport. The 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike three. Ruiz down on strikes, one gone to open up the top of the ninth.
Great start for Lesu. Try to keep this right where it is. I mean, it's a 4-run game, but we have seen the Brothers put up a 5-spot before. So they are not out of this if they can keep it right where it is. But you're right, Trevor. And what's been cool to see so far is a lot of the high-scoring games early on, we're starting to not see that as much. Teams are starting to settle in, and we're starting to see pitching take over a little bit, and that has been really exciting to see.
First pitch to Brian Gonzalez. Takes downstairs. And I think a lot of that has to do with the players adjusting to the elevation. When we saw those first couple of games, the guys were a little bit tired. Maybe the lethargic from all the traveling was starting to take over. But here we are at the end of the week, and it looks like everyone here is used to the 7,000 plus feet of elevation here from Mexico City. 1-0. There's a strike called right on the outside black for a strike to even things at 1. A 4-run cushion for Diablos, but it ain't out of the woods yet. 1-1. Big rip from Gonzalez. Comes up empty. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
This is a big bat to go get for Sioux. Brian Gonzalez has been on a bit of a heater his last 2 at-bats. I'll give Villalobos.
Home run in the 6th. Single and a run scored in the 8th. Line drive to left. Top spinning and down a base hit. It falls in for the 3rd hit in a row for Brian Gonzalez. A 1-out single, and the lineup card turns back to the top.
It's an absolute brother killer right now. It's Gonzalez. 3 straight hits, as you mentioned, one of those being a bomb in the 6th inning. Made a run-saving catch, too, sliding back in the 7th inning that really could have flipped the script in this game. He has been a big piece of why Diablos is where they're at.
The pinch hitter, Jesus Villalobos, steps in after the injury replacement on Carlos Sepulveda an inning ago. First pitch. Up and away, ball 1. One 0 coming in. Just off the inside. Big rip comes up empty 2-0. Right-handers trying to get loose in the Diablos bullpen. Tomohiro Rakus, the 2025 reliever of the year in Liga Mexicana del Baseball, getting loose in the bullpen.
Definitely the guy they want to close the show.
22 saves in the 2025 year. 2-1. Called strike, 2-2.
It's a good fight here by Lei Su. Was down 2-0. Back-to-back strikes now to even up the count.
A grand slam by the brothers could still tie it. Diablos looking to at least scratch one more run across. We'll have to wait one more moment. 2 balls, 2 strikes and out, 8-4. Diablos, top of the 9th. 8 runs on 14 hits, 1 error. For the Diablos, for the brothers, 4 runs across 9 hits, 2 errors.
They were costly, too.
And Gonzalez is causing a ton of chaos, dancing back and forth, trying to cause Lee Su to move his shoulder or cause any sort of balk. He stayed calm, though. 2-2. In the dirt, almost clips by Lobos. But here comes the alarm on 3-2. Moises Gutierrez, after his sacrifice bunt in the 8th, stands up on deck, and what would the situation possibly be for him? Gonzalez stays the pitch. Is swung on and fouled right near the on-deck circle. Back and forth action all evening long. No lead has exactly been safe or secure. It's been a little threatening at times. Three-two. Ball 4 down low. Runners push to first and second. Still 1 away. Bringing up Moises Gutierrez.
That's a great fight by Villalobos. I mean, hasn't been in this game and had to come in because of the injury to Sepulveda. And he gave a great fight against Lee Su and came out victorious with the walk. And now a runner in scoring position in the heart of this order coming up for the Diablos.
Quick mound visit. Everyone breaks back to their positions. The high-stress innings have happened more and more times for the brothers. They've been able to tightrope out of danger a couple of innings, but the times they haven't been able to, the dagger was shoved in. Yan Wei Chen starting to get loose for the brothers beyond the left field wall. First pitch. Gutierrez taken all the way for a called first strike.
It's been a quiet day for Moises Gutierrez. He did lay down a key sacrifice bunt in that 8th inning.
Would eventually lead to 2-run scoring in that inning. Upstairs, evens things up. Made his professional debut at the age of 16 for Monterrey. A 2023 bronze medal at the Pan American Games. In the dirt for ball 2. Was also a part of the 2023 Central American and Caribbean Games and helped win Mexico's first gold medal in an international tournament. A key piece of the Diablos roster since 2022.
He's been a big bat in this tournament as well.
Can he break the dam here in the top of the ninth? Chopper to first. Sue, no chance except for first. He'll take it himself, 2 away. Runners move up to second and third.
Well, if you're Sue, you really want this to be the inning-ending double play, but at the end, he makes the right call. He tries to look over at second, and before he sets his feet and completely flips, he decides, let me just take the safe one over at first, get the second out, and hope your pitcher and defense can help you out.
Yoshinobu Hoshina now takes over. And we've seen him swing at the first pitch in almost every single plate appearance he's had so far in this tournament. Was not in the starting lineup. He took over for Jose Marmoleos as a pinch hitter. Pinch runner, I should say, back in the 8th.
1 for 5 in his lone start for this Diablos team against the Dantos. It was a double his first time up.
For his first plate appearance of the ball game here, what does he do? The first pitch. He swings over the top of a ball in the dirt. 0-1.
Imagine that.
He has been a free swinger in every single at-bat we've seen other than one where he took the first pitch. The wind in the 0-1. Swing, and it's poked foul down the first base side. It's 0-2.
Been a good approach by Sue. Maybe understanding Hoshina is that free swinger, not putting anything too far in the zone.
When you're a free swinger, you're also a bad ball hitter, though. The 0-2. Swing and a foul back to the screen, and we'll try it again.
Seeing Raku over there getting ready to go. Probably will be the one that comes in that 9th inning to try to shut the door on the brothers.
The 0-2 once more. Inside. And Hoshina will wear it on the numbers. And the bases are loaded for John Singleton.
This is not what you wanted.
Right in the meat of the hamstring.
Bases loaded for the biggest bat in the lineup for the Diablos. He's got 4 singles today already, and now he comes up with the bases loaded.
Well, John Singleton hooked one deep down the right field line. And at bat prior, hooked it foul by about 2 to 3 feet. What happens here? One of the more feared hitters on this Diablos lineup card. With the bases packed and 2 outs in an 8-4 game in the top of the 9th. First pitch. Backs him off inside, ball 1.
It's so tough for Sue, too, because, I mean, you've got to pitch around this guy carefully, but at the same time, there's nowhere to put him. Can't risk a walk.
The 1-0. Big rip from John Singleton. He comes up empty to even things up at 1-1.
He's See that average closing in at 385 for John Singleton. Definitely been the most consistent and powerful bat in this Diablos order.
1-1. In the dirt. His home run from Dantos is still fresh on the mind. The 2-1. Takes inside for ball 3. And here come the alarms yet again.
And what do you do now if you're Sue?
Most likely for Sue, his last batter. The 3-1. Swing and a shot to dead center. Going back, Wong. He's going to watch it fly. Grand slam, Singleton.
Absolutely blasted. John Singleton, the consistent power threat in this Diablos lineup. And that says it all right there for Sue. Absolutely heartbreaking.
To the bullpen we go, and we step aside after the Singleton smash.
Montana's untamed wilderness, a legend is brewing. Jeremiah Johnson Brewing, the official beer of the Big Sky Conference. Brewed with the rugged spirit of the West. Jeremiah Johnson is simply a world-class, straightforward, no-nonsense beer. Do well.
Tomohiro Inaku up on the mound. The legendary closer from Japan is now in to secure what is now an 8-run lead, 12-4. Diablos over the Brothers. After John Singleton smashes his first grand slam of the tournament, his second home run of the tournament. A 4 spot in the top of the 9th inning. And Diablos, I beg your pardon, has not just made this game interesting with that shot, but also you can look into the rest of how the tournament will play out going into Saturday and what could possibly happen with multiple ties in the standings. 2-1 sent foul. Well, Kane County right now, if you are a Cougars player back at the hotel, you're watching things happening. Now you're really intrigued of what could happen going into tomorrow.
Well, we kind of said it at the top. It felt like this Diablos team was on autopilot. Trevor, it feels like they've officially arrived in this tournament.
Sent foul. The Devil's Playground has once again erupted. And it got loud quick. That could only set the stage for what would be Saturday night, and could it possibly be Sunday? The 2-2 in the dirt. This was a Diablos team who came into Tuesday and got popped in the face by Kane County, but they've bounced back in a couple of big ways. The 3-2. Line drive just past the glove of Villalobos in the left. So hold everything. Even though it is an 8-run cushion, all it takes is a couple of hits to get some momentum rolling, and it starts with them at the bottom of the order.
That's what they're going to have to do, and that's what the Brothers team is good at. I mean, when they are playing their best baseball, they're just stringing together singles, a double here and there, but just being patient, swinging at good pitches and not making those outs. It's a tall task, though, here in the bottom of the 9th.
Sang Ji Sai now steps in. A leadoff single by K-Wan Yu. Busted bat, slow roller to third. Franco on the run, has plenty of time for the first out. A little worm burner after the busted bat.
Well, that's a veteran glove over there at third. No panic from the bat, no panic on when he needs to get rid of this throw. I mean, you see right there, I don't even think Lou realized the ball went in play. So there was really no pressure to get that ball over to first base.
Well, it's not a good feeling when you're left only holding a paddle at home plate. Top of the order, Sherlong Chang, after a double, a triple, a single. Could he close out the cycle? Takes low.
533 on the average. He has been the best hitter in this Brothers lineup in this BCL.
1-0, and it just sneaks on the front door for a strike. The 2025 Reliever of the Year in Liga Mexicana del Baseball. 47 games, a sub-3 ERA, and in this environment, that is much, much appreciated. When you're talking about lockdown closers in the States, you're usually talking about a sub-2 to even a sub-1. Pretty much translate that to what the elevation is like here and how hard it is for pitchers, especially in a league that is experienced hitters, former major league stars, from not just to Major League Baseball, but also from the NPB in Japan, from the KBO in Korea. A melting pot of some of the game's best players. Chopper at first, picked by Ruiz. Flips it over to Inaku covering. A bobble, but it is on the transfer. And Diablos 1 out away from closing the book on Friday night.
Yeah, I want to see this one again. Hard hit. Look at the movement there by Ruiz to just throw the glove down and grab it. A good flip. Composure all over the place. And as you said, just one more out. We get into that 2-1 record going into tomorrow.
The last games of the round robin kick off tomorrow. The brothers are the one team with the off day. They are out of the equation anyway, so it comes down to the 4 teams above them to determine who will play on Sunday and who will be watching the championship game from their house. The 0-1 downstairs. Ball and a strike on Chinlin Huang. Backs him off the inside. One, two. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. Diablos take this one 12-4. And it comes down to Saturday action. Who plays for Sunday? We just find out in about 12 hours. Another dominant performance, but it didn't take until the late stages for the Diablos to slam the door.
Really got to be proud with this one. Pitching came up strong in the end. The bats, especially the power, coming alive. The Diablos looking like they are going to bring some force into tomorrow's game, and a big one against the Crocodiles of Cuba to potentially clinch their spot. They're going to be big Kane County fans in that game one.
Well, who knows what Sunday looks like for now. You can make your predictions. You can look at the standings. You can almost assume that one team has already punched their ticket, though it's not over yet. But at the same time, only one 3-0 team survives. The rest, it comes down to the math. It also comes down to head-to-head. But when you look at what has happened tonight, this is the Diablos Rojos del Mexico that we have heard so much about, Colin, and they showed up in that late stages.
15 hits, 12 runs, and of course, the big grand slam by John Singleton. What a game he had. 5 hits, 4 RBIs. It was a big one, and there you see the brothers as well. Their tournament is over. They didn't win a game, but Trevor, they absolutely showed heart and grit. They played to the end in every single game. They had leads early in a lot of them, and a lot of heartbreaking injury, but at the end of the day, I think they have to be proud of their performance.
It's a team that comprises majority of 20, 19-year-old kids putting on a professional jersey for the first time in their careers, flying all the way out here to Mexico City. There's a lot of pride to be had, and especially acknowledging the home crowd that followed them out here. And we take a look at the standings. Here it is, Kane County. Not in yet, but you can almost assume that their path is almost guaranteed to Sunday. But they have to go through Dantos, who's right behind him, nipping on their heels at 2-1. Diablos at 2-1 as well. They currently sit in that tied for second with the head-to-head. You can pretty much flip Diablos and Dantos. And then the two teams at the bottom, the Crocodiles and the Brothers, Well, their tournament is all but over, but there's still Saturday to play, Colin, and we just don't know what could happen until those games get put together. Saturday is here. Dantos takes on Kane County at 12 o'clock Eastern. That's game number 9. And then the final game of the round-robin matchup. It's the Crocodiles taking on the Diablos. The final game, number 10, that is at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And what could possibly turn into Sunday action? Well, you'll just have to tune in to AA Baseball to find out. For Colin Rudisell, executive producer Chad Ekren, and the entire Diablos production crew, I'm Trevor Curl. This has been a production of the Baseball Champions League on AA Baseball TV. Final score, the Diablos 12, the Brothers 4. Good night from Mexico City.